Hello, cue Freddy Fazbear voice from FNAF. Was the really glitchy 3D one? What's it called? Gregory, hey, don't leave me. Hello. Y'all ever heard that meme with the Freddy Fazbear going, Gregory, don't leave me, whatever it's called. I don't know. Hi, how's everyone doing today? I'm out of the loop. What? You're not aware of all the Gen Z memes? Huh? I thought we were all young people here. Well, totally not pushing 30. Young. Define young. Anyways, wow, I can't believe I started stream with that obscure ass reference apparently. How's everyone doing today? How's everyone's week been? It is finally Friday. Sorry for starting stream pretty late today. Next week is Chinese New Year, so me and my mom are a bit busy actually. But very excited. The older I grow, the more I feel like I'm like Lunar New Year time is honestly my favorite holiday. Like I enjoy being busy and all of that, and just all doing all the traditional stuff. It makes me miss living in China, you know. So yeah, probably my favorite time of the year. Definitely not because all my gacha games do really cool events. Definitely not. Yes, we get to see Xiao again in Lantern Ride Genshin. Let's go. Anyways. Now that it's weekend, we actually can play a little longer today. We don't have, you know, the end stream too early. You can like it for multiple reasons. Real, true. Yeah, so true. Okay, where were we? What happened? Okay. On Wednesday, we flashed back to Gregory Edgeworth, which is Miles Edgeworth's really hot dad. And then we found out in the past that they actually never recovered the dead body. So for some reason they lost the bodies, or somebody took it, and then now in the present a dead body has shown up again, and it's probably the same guy from 18 years ago, which I don't know how that would work. Like, probably the body was encased in ice if I was gonna, like, because that's the only way the body would be preserved that long. And you know, this whole case is, you know, has something to do with ice, but it would be kind of creepy to know that there was a corpse in these statues all this time, because that's really weird. Anyways, we'll keep going. Got lost in delivery. What's the Sonic 3 watch party? Wait, did it come out? It came out, right? Might be busy this week, so maybe next weekend, or we could wait until I finish this game, because I feel like we would be so busy with this game, but that will probably take a while. Taking our sweet time with this game. We'll see. Definitely not this week, because actually not next. Wait a second. Hang on. I need to check. Hey, because there's a day where I probably have to cancel stream, and we could watch it on that day actually. I have to cancel stream next Friday. I have another dentist appointment. I have to get a wisdom teeth pulled or something, so I probably can't talk on Friday afterwards. And so we'll watch it next Friday. Perfect time to watch Sonic 3. It'll be so funny, but the pain! It will hurt too much to talk. Probably for the rest of the week. Is it that bad? It can't be that bad. Surely it can't be that bad. to skip a few days because of it. Oh no, then I probably can't stream that entire weekend then. Oh, well, we'll see. I'll let everyone know in the server. If you take your pain meds, it shouldn't be that bad. Okay, but I don't think I should be talking that much, because what if, you know, the wound opens up? Hopefully it goes well. It's probably gonna go well. Right? Whatever. I'm not gonna think about it. Alright, let's keep going. I'm afraid. I fucking hate dentists, but I do really like my current dentist because she's a very nice and gentle lady. I do not like my childhood dentist, bro. He traumatized me. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. I need to find a decent dentist. It's hard to get a decent one, so I'm very happy that I found one that's relatively close to me and, you know, I like, you know. And finally learning the truth about my father's last case. Got mine pulled a few years ago. The worst thing about it was I couldn't eat hot food for a couple days. No hot foods? Wait, that means no soup? Yeah, literally. I was only planning on eating soup afterwards because you definitely can't like chew or eat anything like, you know, solid on that side. Also, my uncle kept making fun of me. But ask your dentist about it. The last time I got a teeth pulled, I didn't just a while ago. I don't think it was that bad. Yeah, my dentist would probably tell me. Okay, so what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. They lost the case? Oh, obviously, because they don't have the fucking dead body. Can't compare with wisdom too. Oh, there's a chance they may not pull it on that day. We'll see. Because I have a lot of other problems with my teeth. Because they're fucking fragile because I'm vitamin D deficient. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Higuro was innocent? Oh, well, we could prove it alright. He had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared. I can imagine. Secure conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th, that following year. No! Wait, they lost the case? That means they actually did put that guy in prison. Samson, whatever the fuck. Oh no. Yeah, this lady definitely out for revenge, bro. Ooh, she's definitely out for revenge. It's April now, so... Oh, we're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? You're telling me, Fender. December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, he even said he wanted to be found guilty. Oh no! Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. This dang old hag! And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report, and that was the— Oh! There's no way he actually faked the body! When Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court, combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. The same ace he had asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exacto mundo, he knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed the confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did. But he was a trooper, stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. The cop named Ian Seidman got fired. Why does he sound familiar? Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad, he took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor for the one and only time in his 40-year career, and that's why he killed. Oh, I'm gonna cry. No, we're already starting off really. Oh no. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tingaro guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Oh my god, Karma, you fucking bitch! If I ever catch him, it's on sight. It's on sight! Poor guy, he never got the chance. Stop! Why would you show this? I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. Wow, he looks so young here. But, bro, you have to understand he was a child. I hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. I wanted to become a prosecutor as planned. That's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. Hello, Antonio. Welcome in. When man gets her tiny little hands, now don't underestimate a tiny fist, okay? Okay? Imagine 100 of those coming at your face. Nope, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange, the file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Uh-oh. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's case was successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? Von Karma even making up records now? God, that guy's such a fraud. What a big-ass fraud. This file's been doctored, and a part of the verdict, it's been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Okay, suspect data. Samson Tingaro, organizer of confectionery context. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tingaro discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Convicted as accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as accomplice? That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. Then why is my copy so different? Why do you think your copy's so different, Edgeworth? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is you didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believed on the case was a lie. Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. I believe murder is right when it's Von Karma. When it's me killing Von Karma. Nobody quote me on this. What's important is that you know what's what now. The statute of limitation may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know. I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found and Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible. Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Just say in Minecraft it's all good. Yeah. In Minecraft, yes. Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. Excuse me? How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't gonna take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep her... God! How did they let him get away with this for so long? How did they let him get away with this? Oh my god, this entire country's justice system is fucking cooked. Now roll me this, mousy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? Oh, that's right. You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Oh my god, was he there too? Bingo, Judy and I both promised we visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Do you want help killing him in Minecraft? Oh yes, yes. Please. Oh my god. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. We gotta do something, Mr. Fender. I mean, if he's in that prison, he's probably got a little animal friend with him, probably. Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display just like they were all those years ago, and we're gonna see what we can find out, right? Right, Miserino? I mean, they just melted. I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father, Miles. But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both of these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son, through and through. Alrighty then, now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? Parts in red ink are my annotations. Let's read that first, hang on. Okay, case overview. The statute of limitation expired 3 years ago. Okay. As an accomplice. Okay. Whoop. RT Frost, that's the victim. No detail authors due to body going missing. The picture. Okay. Okay. Alright. Security in this game is so egregious. He could probably just walk out with very little pushback. That is true. Like, bro, just accidentally bump your, like, his prisoner bracelet on like a wall or something and break it, and then you can literally just walk out. Here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'll take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Oh, we got all the evidence, right? Yes, I see. Let's look at them and we'll take a look at them now. Oh my god, this is all the evidence from the past. Okay, so we're done with Gregory now? I'm gonna miss him so much. I'm gonna miss him. Okay, so we have the recipe book, the hand, and like this and this. Okay, we don't actually have the murder weapon. It's just a picture now. And this picture. Okay. This guy is somehow involved, probably. Quickly find the time machine. We can't change the past. That is too bad. It's gonna be like some Professor Layton Unwound Future bullshit. With his girlfriend. God, why? Why do these games do us like this? Don't remind me of Wait, what did she say? Sorry, I was so distracted. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it. Okay, the key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the winter wing that are perfect replicas of the one from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the autumn wing, which has been disguised to look like the winter wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquitous asphyxion. Literally, the only person that could set this up is the gallery owner, which is her. And she's purposely... I think she knows he's the one that killed him in the past to frame him to get him in prison. And so she disguised the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing because that's where the old Winter Wing was, and she knew that he would try to go in here to like melt the ice statues, which is somehow connected, which there's some kind of evidence that he has to get rid of there probably. She knew he was gonna go in there, and then that's how she was gonna kill him for that. That's my theory for now. That form of poison gas would mix together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmela Gusto, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. He's probably the one that did it 18 years ago, or something to do with his son. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in a fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may have been able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating. Objection. Oh, look who it is. Oh, no, you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? Because of how bad Von Karma is, like, I literally cannot hate this guy. Like, time to feel smart, you're right. He really is a boost in our own confidence. Oh, no, you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? How could we ever forget you, Eustace? I could have sworn this is my investigation. Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. She's also here. I would hate to have add a guilty to my report to the committee. And what am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Oof, she isn't pulling any punches. Larry's into that. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. We already know who that is. It's only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? You have to tell me, it's the law! Very well. Who doesn't know? Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. Duh! It's the body they lost 18 years ago. Sorry, Von Karma lost the body. It's all his fault. I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying that was poor Chillywinks? Wait. Who the heck is Chillywinks? Or Artie? Or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Although he was better known as Paul Halik. Never setting stuff through UPS again. They would lose a body. The sculptures on display here are all his works. No way, sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. So you know about this! Judge Gavale knows about the IS-7 incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old... How old is she? Is she even alive 18 years ago? God damn it, there's... Oh wait, here's right. 26. Girl! You're barely... You're barely alive 18 years ago! According to the police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Oh, you don't know! You don't know anything! Surely that's what the records say. Oh, sure, well that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? That while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Does she know about Von Karma? Yeah, does she know? She's missing critical information. Yeah, this is winner. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body, we've got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something. So I guess Edgeworth called it? Good goddess of justice. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavel, I'd say that this changes things, wouldn't you? Whereas now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case, more than a certain junior prosecutor anyway. Edgeworth, why are you beefing with Houston? You don't need to be intimidated by that 17-year-old. He would be for the kid. No fair, you're trying to steal the win. I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. If we're gonna get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern. Objection. Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender. Yep, see, I was on a defense team for ISM, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? Ooh, let her know, Fender. And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Ooh? Why is she so difficult? You know, she has to be. We have to have some sort of obstacle in our way, otherwise it's too easy. It's too easy for Edge with his big brain. Judge Gavel seems to know the facts of the I-7 incident in some detail, in which case I suppose she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it becomes Mr. Edgeworth. Did you forget he's our assistant? He's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case lead's prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? I think the committee's trying to cover up whatever Von Karma was doing. Very well, you may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter Wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Oh, that's all I need, Gavel. There's so much evidence here. Look at that spilled thing, that pile of shit on the ground there. Alrighty, great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in to show we're all on the same side of justice? Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turnout for the books, huh, Milesy? We get to do our thing after all. Someone blood to slurp? I don't think that's blood. I think somebody spilled the tea on the ground. Thanks to your immeasurable help, as always. Edgeworth bowing? Who is he? His father? No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Ooh, well, okay, shall we? Heck yeah, let the investigation commence. We're still unclear on two facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it and the source of the ubiquium. You're right, we need some more intel. Indeed, let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinct minty fragrance. Okay, minty fragrance is important for some reason. Are we gonna sniff? We're gonna sniff everyone? Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. Push the police! I swear to you, when this guy was here, like in the past when Von Karma came, I was like, Von Karma could just like poke him in there. It's so easy to just push him in. Alright, let me drink some water. Uh-oh. Oh, my water too hot. Oh, I burnt my tongue. Oh no, okay, I need to open the lid a little bit. Let it air out. I shouldn't have closed the lid in the first place. Ugh. Okay. Alright. Alright. Oh, the statues are all different this time. See, somebody spilled something. And there's a cart here. Oh my god, there's so many people here. Alright, let's start from here. Statue of a man and woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul Halik make these as well? Yes, it seems he created them later in his life, once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Oh, he was a simp. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Oh, how fitting! It is the year of the snake soon. Did Paul Halik make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth? He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic yet greedy determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called The Math. Oh my god, this game is so relatable. Wow. Talk about relatable. Guys, doesn't this statue look like the fucking Neil Armstrong just single planet? Neil, whatever it's called. This one in the corner that my head is blocking. Gintama reference +1. That's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. The man's got a real pained look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Halik piece? Yes, from his younger years, when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled, My Parents. Guess the mom shone brightest in that house. God, the victim is so interesting. Why did he have to die? Okay, let's look at this cart. Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart. The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so, the cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all of this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. Okay. So this dish here was made by Artie Frost. It looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in $1,000. Thousands? Quick. Okay, put one in your purse. Quickly. Hurry up. Aren't you a thief? Take one. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Whoa, this stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frock, like Fender said to still have this. Okay. Oh. Oh my god. Larry. I'm not even done looking at the cart. Hey, Edgy. What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Okay, yeah, because he has a crush on this lady. You know, whenever Larry has a crush on somebody, she always turns out sus. Honored guests. I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Bound. Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thanks for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. This smells great. Okay, so cute. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... He does sound lovely right now. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Wait, I just noticed my water has been spilling on my table. Oops. Is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh, no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Oh? Adam Sandler noise. Really? That's odd. I used the same exact blend both times. Can't see what could account for the difference. Somebody poisoned it, probably. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? Shut the hell up, Larry. What's gone under your skin, Larry? Nothing. You're just rude. That's all. I mean, he's right. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Laurice. Dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Thank God. Well, that was childish, even for him. Wow, what happened there? Let's ask him about him later, shall we? Why are we still trying to talk to Larry? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have to have any evidence to prove that she... If we have to play mind chess with Larry again, I swear to God. It does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. The tablecloth draped over the card is pure white and completely spotless, and it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh! Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Oh, come on, what's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye. Hang on, let her cook. Oh my god, she would be best friends with Trucy Wright, a fellow magician. Oh my god, let them hang out, please. Yes, well, I'd rather it remain white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? But there's so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. Okay. Oh. Moon-shaped teapot. It's the set with which Miss Bound served us our tea just now. However, I can't help but notice that the tea smelled different from the cup we were served this morning. There must be some reason for that. Okay, well, I think we've seen everything on this desk. Those are two lists by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, at least to the spring wing. Spring, a popular time to move house, which makes it open season for great thieves. Housebreak is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess you're right. It's so simple. From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilled tea. Edgeworth, did you taste... Be honest with me, Edgeworth. Did you taste the tea on the ground? Did you lick it? Edgeworth. He did. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. He wouldn't waste tea. Yeah, he's too European. He's too British for that. Found in Paul, design looks... Okay, that's part of a... That's like a cup broke there on the ground, probably. Guess somebody must have broke something. I know that insignia, and a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. High-strung somebody. You mean Judy? Why is your lift cart just sitting out here in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. The top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. Oh! Was it used to move the frozen body? I don't know. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat. Okay, top of the platform was wet. Oh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed, after all, it might just have something to do with our case. We know it has something to do because it got entered into our evidence. They put sunflowers by the door. Nice. Fitting dormant for the entrance to the summer wing, I suppose. Summer is also vacation time. And every great thief knows that means tourists with bulging wait, I just realized something. Does she not go to school? Does Kay not go to school? Where's her guardian? Why are they just letting her hang out with two grown men? That is a possibility. Oh, right. I forgot Edgeworth is her guardian. Right. Pickpocketing case and a little beneath. Okay. They're just bantering. A defender. Hey there, Miserina. What's the situation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step on my game too, then. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got the lot. Melting statues, stews in the winter wing, and even the murder victim's body. Who was her previous guardian? I think they mentioned about, like, some relatives taking her in or something. And that's why she moved away for a little while. But I don't know about her now. How did nobody ever figure out the body had gone missing? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Kay. Ross had no family apart from his son. And, well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Excuse me? They lost the whole child, too! His son went missing around the incident. His son also went missing around the incident. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. And that 2 children went missing and nobody cares? What? And they were never found? Gusto's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. Just gonna casually brush over the fact that 2 children went missing? So no need for the police to release the body and no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report and nobody was any wiser. Well, almost nobody. Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. I think it's about time you stop calling him Mr. Von Karma, okay? Drop the formalities, Edward. You can call him a bitch. Mr. Winner was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. It wouldn't make much difference you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. I was gonna say, what is he doing? But we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir. Yeah, Miles Edgeworth, famously known to charge headfirst into a brick wall. Yeah, wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you. Just what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? Oh, they all hate Edgeworth down there. What do you mean, what kind of reputation? You literally cut their salaries every day, Edgeworth. It's a selection of trophies won by Paul Halik, or rather Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist. They know how he treats Goshu, yeah. Well, you've got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. So it's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up, something with a nice ceremony at the end, all that. Yes, followed by the swift round of arrests. It seems the elevator is only accessible to select individuals. I wonder what's upstairs. Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated. I hope he's alright. We got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up. Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime. Okay. Oh. I already read this. I don't want to talk to these silly people. Okay, let's inspect the fountain. Seems the police have already removed the body. But why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? Why wasn't it all rotten stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report? Yes, ma'am! Him calling K ma'am. This is so cute. Traces of both ubiquitin and asphyxia has been detected in the fountain. I'm gonna say they were probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wing. In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. Composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. Sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? The statues, duh! Isn't that flavored ice? Something? Body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy underway. How's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in not so long ago. Okay, let's talk to you. Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away. Are you found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl, that was a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course, and treasure is for where they're in a tiz. Who asked the lady? Love is for people you're not that keen on, and petal is you use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edward's petal. Oh, you're getting all of this down. Don't even try it, Kay. Oh, dearie me. Okay, so I think we're supposed to talk to her about the thing. I didn't mean to look at the fountain again. Where were you before you joined us here, Miss Bound? I had to go and tell our visitors were closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set up the poison gas trap. Don't need to be so hostile, Edgeworth. We all know she did it. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them? Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibition. But why go through the trouble of creating replicas? Mr. Frank's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last, or rather, recompleted. It was my fault the original set melted in the first place, after all. I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar? Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident? What a fucking dumbass! Oh, what a terrible lie, girl! You could have just said you were like in the process of switching them over or something. Oh my god, she's so dumb. I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Okay, you know anything about this? Oh, okay, so she doesn't have anything to say about that. Maybe Larry does. Oh, you know what? I think Larry broke it. I think Larry broke the teacup. That's why he was acting all weird earlier. I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Whoa, quit it with the glare off, you two. It's weird. Come on, Kay, you know me better than that. I wasn't staring, I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. I kind of like how straightforward Edward is with Larry. Quit it! I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again, starting right now. This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. What? Just straight up, what are you hiding? We gotta show him this. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me what it is about Miss Bounce's tea set that's got you so agitated. If you won't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain it to Judge Gavel. Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. I don't think that's what she thinks. You know what? Okay, Larry, whatever. Sure. I don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down, dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. We don't want to hear want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk. Yeah, what are you hiding? Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Ugh, is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Who said anything about a best friend, Larry? Is this any way for you to treat yours by lying to him, hiding things? Oh my god. Edward Master Manipulator. I had a picture already, okay? So stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and... Smash! I broke the teapot! A priceless work of art! It's in pieces because of me! No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from. Ouch, you really messed up this time, Laurice. See, Edgy? Everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never going to forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. He got on his knees! Bro did a dog his My teapot, I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. Yeah, beg harder, Larry. Get down lower. I don't have any money, but I'll pay your portrait. I'll pay you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Something. I'm not gonna pronounce his French name. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that it's safely disposed of. No, you don't! The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am, but of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? Can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. Oh, this other teapot you're talking about. It's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so... when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. That's when I saw that the other part under there, so I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh? Every swapped the pot you brought with a different one. Interesting. Oh, I see. Yep, and that's everything I've... Oh! She's got poison in one of them, probably. Be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy? Isn't Judy the absolute best? She literally tried to get rid of evidence just now. I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm gonna give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see? Interested in Laurice's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edworth? I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged Kay. I'm interested in men, first of all. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time too. Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work. Really? Now I want to see them too. Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig him out for you. Give me a sec, okay? He's gonna pull out something like huge. Like he's just gonna casually have the most important evidence ever. Suppose we might have to take a look. Your sketches. So these sketches of yours, seriously, Edgy, if you wanted to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here's my art Instagram. Here, feast your eyes on this. Oh? Huh. Huh. What am I looking at here? I told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know. There's Verity and Judy and somebody else, yeah. Why did you all draw them all on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room first, just something to pass the time. Kate doesn't know the concept of sketching. He's actually great. Yeah, he's a good artist. Larry, you would make it huge as an artist if you just drew doujins all the time, you know what I mean. And I saw one beauty and another, well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So these are all drawn at different times? Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though. Wow, you did? I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course! You think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination? Imagine that. You want me to think? Wow, imagine that. Nope, these are all 100% true to life. Right down to the exact shade of each color. So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Okay, that's important. This is such a good picture of her! Like, this is so good! Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving cart in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between it. Oh, the tablecloth is a different color. A little deduction is in order. Can I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just a page, please. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. Alright, hang on. Okay, hang on. Okay, hang on. First of all, that's a different tablecloth. That is blue. And the current tablecloth is white. Let's see, she switched the tablecloth at a certain point. This is sus, but I'm pretty sure that's just to throw us off again. Also, it's so funny how they're just doing sus things while they know Larry's standing right there. They don't give a fuck about him. No bloodstains. They still got the pH at the bottom. Okay. Alright. So it's time for some deductions, he's saying. Yeah, the tablecloth is white here. Could the tablecloth she used been one of these cloths? Then the blue. Alright, time for some deductions. Tea smells different because the teapots were switched. There's something off about one of the teapots. Is that what Scone is holding in the sketch? Probably. I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hasn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Oh yeah, sure, she's not gonna lie to us again. Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. My cup just now had a rather subtle, minty scent. She was using one of the teapots to hold the mint, the ubiquium. Actually poison. Actually, I mean, technically, ubiquium by itself is not the poison. It's when it's mixed it becomes the poison. But like, still, she just fed him chemicals. He's gonna oh his poor stomach the next day. Oh, I just remembered I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Girl, you don't wash your teacups? Disgusting. Tea has a refreshing aroma because in a different teapot from this morning. Okay. Something that's found in paint can't be good for the body. It's found in, remember, it's found in paint and cleaning products. So she used toilet water to wash it. Could that really be it? That doesn't make it better. She likes tea concoctions. Minty fragrance. The tea from the teapot Larry swished in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right, Miss Bounce says she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bounce seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than a breaking of one. You're right, you expect it to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of Ubiquin's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So, what if she had been hiding some in that teapot? What? In the teapot? It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Wiener, any luck finding that Ubiquio? Huh? Oh, yeah! My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. Actually, I may have an idea. I knew it. If I can't find... What? You do know where it came from? Yes. Where? Miss Pound's teapot. Look, he looks so fucking... He looks so fucking... Like, what's the word? Smug. At beating this little kid. At a battle of logic. Miss Bound's teapot. Wow, nice piece. I like it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Actually, nothing going on up there. Nobody's home. Lights are on, but nobody's home. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize. It's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it might just be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? Surely! It's not like your acting has been so fake until this point. I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delicia, for one. Oh, she's trying to... I knew it. She's trying to pin it on... She's trying to pin it on her. Because of the planted... Because of the stolen bottle, remember? The bottle that was stolen and was planted in her purse, whatever. Oh my god. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all. Miss Skoda's on our radar too, of course. You didn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquity in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. She could have just said, like, it's from her cleaning product, whatever. God, she's such a horrible liar. I would have done better. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first. Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Oh, who's calling? Gumshoe. Edgeworth speaking. Oh my god, it is Gumshoe! Sir, it's me! I've never been so happy. Is everything alright, detective? Everybody's left the winter ring. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found. Oh my god. Goat! You really shouldn't be sharing information about the message. Shut the hell up, Edgeworth. He's such a goat. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. Exhibits in here I'll have all completely melted. All that's left in the display case is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case. Describe this stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. Sugar? But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which were? Sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? Oh, that's where the body was hidden probably. Blood? What are salt and blood doing in a Gemini's case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but oh yeah, the only guy that's dead right now probably. I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, detective. Oh, I also spoke over the radio with a forensics guy working the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in a fountain matches the sugar in a pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant... Oh my god. What a goat. Like, Gumshoe? Truly the goat. When are they gonna make a Gumshoe game, huh? Gumshoe spin-off game. Results of... Okay, analysis. Anything else to report, detective? Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the Winter Wing, too. Now, let me look at the thing first. They are afraid of making money. Gumshoe dating sim. That's it. End of my idea. Take it or leave it. Alright, I need to sneeze all of a sudden. Gumshoe instant noodle shopping simulator. Oh, raise a Gumshoe simulator where you have to earn money to keep him alive. You have to feed him and okay, detective sugar salt blood. Sugar composition matches sugar found in the pale blue liquid in RT Frost's room 18 years ago. Okay, sugar detector also seems to be a match. Okay, it's sugar. Okay, the sugar is because it's edible ice. Flavored ice. Tamagotchi, like, yeah. And then we have to, whenever Edgeworth be means to him and he gets sad, we have to comfort him. we have to make him happy again. Yes, sir. We found one of those. Okay, so we found another one of these. There were a few of those being used in the Autumn Wing to disguise it as the Winter Wing, as I recall. Seems that equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this. Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Yes, thank you, detective. Oh, what a goat. I love him so much. Oh, favorite character for real. Was that Gummy? Seems like he had a lot to say. He did, and all of it very useful. Wow, rare praise from Edgeworth. I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false. I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Okay, we need to talk to this lady. It was saved though, it's been a while. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may. Oh, of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Mousy Smousy and dear sweet little Tooth Decay. I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Mousy Smousy. I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either. Well, you just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it. Ugh, well, I guess we tried. How's your water? Oh. My water is still very hot. Let me try to take a sip. Okay, it's more drinkable now, but it's still really hot. At least my mouth is not getting burnt. Oh, it's actually perfect temperature. It gives me that warm feeling in my stomach when I swallow it. That sounded weird. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seems to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I brought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloths I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course. Oh, you don't know that she's trying to set you up, Scone. She hates you. That had better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was. Yes, back when you were your dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you? Dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. Okay, did you know he used to eat paper? Yeah. So these decorations, they're all the same as the one you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep, salt lands, glowing fabrics, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There are 4 luminous cloths in use in the Autumn Wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. Oh yeah, she pulled out a cloth from her purse. That cloth looks familiar. I forgot about that. Maybe I should jog her memory or something so Miss Scone will tell us more. Okay. Maybe these? You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? But a somewhat grimier one. Oh, she was washing it in the fountain. Okay. Grimy? How rude. You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you used it to wipe up some sort of spillage. A spillage, she says. The cheek. That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Paper hit different when you were really hungry. How do you know that? Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little bit more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? You must know I fished it out the fountain. It was right before they called me into the Autumn Wing. So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve this cloth. At first, I thought it was just one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy. One of the 4 you given to the gallery, correct? Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the Autumn Wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years. It was the one that was wrapped around the body! How did she not notice the dead body in the fountain, girl? Are you blind? I'd already had my infesticide ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, now you got your little grimy little fingerprints all over the cloth. I was gonna look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hid in my bag and hoped for the best. I see. Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest though. Stress is no good for the complexion. So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just so happens to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. What did it update into? Okay. How is there anything in that bowl between her eating everything and spilling it everywhere? It's magic. It refills by itself. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium ever. But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they know, wouldn't you say? I suppose, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose through the ultimate cookbook anyway. Oh! The price from the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquium is in there, you know. Why is that in a cookbook? What? Why does the ultimate cookbook contain instructions for creating poison gas? What kind of cookbook is this? It has a recipe for like a miracle curing medicine and poison. What the heck is this? Who wrote this book? So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear, I know it inside out because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. We're the company behind Code Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Code Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. You can cook everything with that cookbook, not just food. Oh, they got crystal meth recipes in there too, huh? After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book, but they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Not elite mention. Sakura Miko mention. God damn, what kind of weird ass cookbook is that? It's more like a pharmacy. Oh, that's right. I forgot his family was like a pharmaceutical conglomerate or some shit. Why'd they call it a cookbook? I don't know, but like I'll never understand rich people. You guys can do wait. The cookbook. What do I do now? I do mind actually. I'm not going anywhere. You just have to go around me. Well, we just thought that you might want to move to a better spot, that's all. What better spot? I demand you to show me at once. That really all it takes to make you do whatever you want. Actually, this spot is pretty good. Why don't you just stand right here? Yeah. Right on the edge of the fountain, yeah. Nobody's gonna push you in, surely. So anybody who's read this would know how to make the poison. And guess who could have read this? Guess who could have read the? Guess who could have read the? Guess who could have the chance to read this? Okay, I don't know what I need to do now though. Larry, don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to committee. Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gavel, and we'll do the same. You're a self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth associated with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course. Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving community. Looks like Judge Gavel will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay. I love Kay so much. Let her know, Kay. Yell at her more. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Milester. I do not. Damn, all these people are missing critical context about Edward. Chill. I'm just yanking your chain. Anyways, what can I say about Jude? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after her extended family kicked her out of this place. What? They threw her out? Yep, Jude wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She finally made it up to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroo crew after they basically stole it. Okay, how did she get the book back? Interesting. Guess this place has everything to do with all... Like, okay... How did she get it back? Like, the company was so dead set on getting the cookbook. Like, they like placed a spy in a competition just so they could give her back the cookbook. She just wanted it back, all of it. Fender seemed very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. She beat them to death with her fist. From a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangarora's for herself. Okay, yeah, we were just missing that. Now we can put this together because she was the only one that could have read. Not the only one, but she's also one that could have done it. The ultimate cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas, and the current owner of the book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way, you mean? I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Yeah, okay, so she has the motive, although we haven't figured that out yet, but I have figured that out. I'm so sure. And she has the opportunity to have stolen the what is it called? The insecticide, whatever, from Scone's purse because they were meeting throughout the week, and she said that got stolen from her. This is all pointing to one person. We're not done yet? Who haven't I talked to? I got to talk to Fender again. something I haven't found yet. Oh, it has something to do with the tablecloth. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the work of the great Laurice, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you everything is exactly as I saw it. Well, the tablecloth on the cart here in this room is white. Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes right by, huh? What's that look for? Not Larry patronizing Edward. Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set on it, okay? He's on the ground again. What kind of business? That's right. That it was the hiding a piece of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Anyways, I was still in the middle of cleaning. Okay, but him destroying the teacup gave us vital evidence, Edgeworth. I think you can lay off on him for a little while. When Judy came out the winter wing, I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Oh? Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing. That's one of the ice sculptures with the body inside. That's the cart. That's this cart. And that's one of the cloth. Oh. Yeah, and she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on that I drew. And what did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. Lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it just goes to show you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. So maybe another tea. No, it was the same cart. It was just because there was a big block of ice on it. That looks like a table. Better check with Miss Bound. Oh, and she probably bought into the summer wing to melt it. Probably. Are there two serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yeah, why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us the sketch. Couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. Yeah, he's colorblind. I'll use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away. But the color of the tablecloth in this sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part. No. Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if you may. I may? What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your cart doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I wouldn't eat anything she gives me, guys. Okay. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Yeah, probably with poison in them. Hee, thanks, Miss Bound. Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket. Ew, gross. I thought you didn't like sweet stuff, Edward, or did I just make that part up about him? They're still super sweet. I love them. Hehe, I'm very glad to hear. They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. Yeah, see? Gregory doesn't like sweets? Oh, that's right. God, I'm already is hallucinating Gregory. Bring him back to me. And there we go, we're done. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test on a teapot. Oh, and we're done with the first. Oh my god. Well, that took a while. It didn't feel that long, but man, we learned a lot of things. I'm now pretty sure of what went down, but there's some few details that I still need to, you know, figure out. This case is so long. Oh my gosh. It's only the third one too. The test results have just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquin were found in the teapot. They were, just like Mr. Edwards said. Curse you, you better not think this means you beat me. You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Wiener. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. What? But first is best. Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. He needs to watch Gintama. He needs to understand the ways of the loser. There's really no way for a prosecutor to think, not a successful one. Anyways, but I... Enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of... Edgeworth is giving him legit good advice. Life advice, Gavel. Shut the hell up, okay? He's learning. But Gavel... Oh, alright. Oh, Eustace! Fight back, Eustace! I actually love him so much! He feels like a son to me. Why do I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Mr. Winter's annoying, but totally harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand. Now... Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquin were found in your teapot. I had no idea there was anything like that in there in the first place. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use? Lie! We know you don't wash your dishes! So you're telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquinum in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison gas. Oh, another lie. Objection! You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you would be a more convincing liar. That's what I thought. I was like, ain't she an actress? Why is she lying so horribly? What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain certain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning, it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I've seen it doesn't make me guilty. Well, I mean... Who else would know how to do this? Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquinum. I see, but he locked himself in that room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered himself, wouldn't it point to it being a suicide attempt? Oh, that's how you want to play it. Okay. So she's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it. You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening, I noticed my infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Thank you, Scone. Very helpful for once. Judy, surely you didn't. The delicious... Yeah, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any other opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. Okay, but what about the coincidence that the lost bottle just so happened to show up today when you guys met again? Huh? Oh my god, they're so dumb. They're so fucking dumb. It pissed me off. It's pissed me off. That's true, but I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Juice, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean? We all know you never know somebody for no reason, so... Not you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender? You blame me. We got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment, looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. You've got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras nor any security personnel. If someone ill-intentioned person or others wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they have much of a problem. What a weird way to defend yourself. Oh, the security here is so shit. All the criminals can just walk in. Yeah, she's still liable. This is your business. Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. And I don't think she's joking. Actually, it seems like Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. And what technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? Since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach it from a different angle. Look to the past for Are we going- wait! Are we going back? A turnabout in thinking. So my father used this method as well. Alright, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Jude's involved in what happened back then? Okay, I think it's about time we save. I don't think we're going back to the path. Unfortunately. According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculpture melted, and yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Don't thank me, thank your pops. Now take it away, Mousy. I'll grab the popcorn. Oh my god. Not Fender. Grabbing popcorn, 3D glasses. Watching the drama. Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was so young and foolish. It was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit. No. What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you're going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best. Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little bit more about Zodiac Hall, and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frog's work. Very well, if you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. Sure, innocent. Then please, if you give us some background on the Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. Alright, here we go. It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful is it that you were able to fulfill your dream? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Cavell, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of the testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must. Okay. As we're pressing on everything. 18 years. You must have gone through a lot to be buy back, Miss Bound. This home, this place, such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I'd found. Samson, I did what I had to do to see that home was waiting here. Oh, she's singing. How does she make it look so easy? I'll say, but I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer. If you could continue with your testimony, Miss Bound, minus the singing, if you please. Okay. First statement is not important. You managed the gallery by yourself, Miss Bound. Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the mansion going. Can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day after all. So surely we really got the pals back for him. I'm so sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more. Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson.
Hold it!
Halik, that was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yes, he adopted it while he was working as sculptor in France. See, I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection, more specifically. How were you able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures? It was under my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Ring based on photos of the sculptures he made. Really? Perhaps you could go into some more detail on that. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream. Okay, wait, hang on. Pictures.
Hold it!
These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you took yourself in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago? Yes, you certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edward. So, those statues in the Winter Ring were just copies. I didn't even get to see them before they melted. No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas, which means that Miss Bound isn't lying. I know, it's such an awful shame. After we went through the trouble to recreate them, wait, so they're wait. They're not replicas? Were they the same ones that years ago? The sculptures in the Winter Ring weren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago, because that's where the body was hidden. But how did she do that? Do we have evidence for this? Oh! Oh, because the sugar composition is the same! Oh my god! Oh! Okay, I realized that way too late. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. Those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statue Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Oh, I can probably explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of their chemical makeup? No chance. Thank you, Scone. I don't recall asking her for her help, but still, yeah, that was very helpful. Shut the hell up, Edward. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years. How did they not find it? Oh my god, the police are so incompetent. These fucking huge ass ice blocks, they did not find it. Oh my god. What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough ice box. Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, do you have anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much. I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question. No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. Police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing? How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did. I just say, yeah, how indeed. I don't know. You tell me. Because they suck. But I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. Very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edworth? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth. I see. Then I'd better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. Okay. It's crazy these people know what they did 18 years ago. Because I wouldn't. I don't know what the hell I was doing 18 years ago. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridges for Samsung. Can't even remember what I did today. Barely know what I did yesterday. Oh my god. I just know that I would be a horrible witness to anything. I would never lie, right? But like, I honestly do not remember any details, whatever. But before I could take the camera back to Samsung, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see you could take issue with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. I've been a witness and I was so nervous that I would get something wrong. Say, like, okay, I have never been a witness, but like, you guys know how there's times where I gaslight myself into thinking something, but it never happened, right? Like, what if that happens to me? Oh god, I would get arrested for trying to disrupt the investigation. Like, I really don't remember. Oh, okay, time to press. What were you doing while you were waiting? I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bob with Samson, you see. Bacon Bob? What kind of show was that? It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets. Whoa, that sounds awesome. They'll put someone in jail because of you. I know! They'll start confessing to things that had nothing to do with the trial. They'll never call me for jury duty ever. Ever again. Ever witness. Oh my god, I'm the annoying character in Ace Attorney. I would be the annoying witness character. Oh no! Ah! Oh hell no! Your worst nightmare, for real! Oh my god. Oh no. Hold the phone, Miles. You used to watch it. My father introduced me to it. I may watch an episode or two. So Miss Bound passed the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routine. Okay, was this the moment Miss Bound stole the statue? No, wait, hey, no. This wasn't the moment. I can't be in the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says. Yeah, because I have to press on every statement. Okay, wait. Become that which you hate the most. Okay, wait. Let me think about this. Let's think about this slowly. Actually, no one except Samson saw the statue after the judging started because they were all gathered in one room and then the incident happened. So from the time Gregory Edgeworth got to the scene to when they found the statue supposedly quote-unquote melted, no one saw the statues then, probably. So she could have had so many opportunities to take it and then just say, oh no, it just melted, you know? I don't know, this is confusing me. Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so. I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I wouldn't have had time. Changing the film and the camera. I don't know when is the moment.
Hold it!
You entered the room containing... Okay, wait. Okay, if we were to assume the dead body was hidden in the sculptures, then when did she have time to take this photo? Could she have set up this photo way earlier? And not when she just discovered, quote-unquote, the scene, supposedly. Oh my god, this is so confusing. You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaro's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes, I heard a sound of something collapsing. Samson, are you in? Okay, yeah. She could have faked discovering a body. The sound of the chocolate chip falling over after certain someone took a bite out of one of the supports. And Mr. Tangaro was still in Mr. Gusto's room when you found the body. Yes, I'm fairly sure that was the case. He was judging each room in order and he liked to take his time.
Hold it!
Just as you did today. Yes, I went around and offered everyone working on the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little card of yours. Interesting. Did anything strike you as change? Wait! What if the cart she was pushing around that time was the ice sculpture? I'm just like making up theories as I go. I sound like a madman. Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praise of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned the saucer. The saucer was cold! Oh my god! Wait! No, it's actually right! Holy shit! Oh my god! I think he mentioned the saucer was cold. His saucer was cold. Oh my god, that's the... Was it the moment? Yes, it was. It was. I'm just gonna save just in case, but it was. Oh my god, I can't believe that was right. Holy, I was just making shit up. Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but Fountain Room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses? Holy big brain, holy moly, the brain cell leveled up. Oh my god. That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Spout stole those ice sculptures. She did it by hiding them here. A fucking card, bro. Oh man.
Take that!
Holy. My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures were mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just the tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case. Honestly, how does she put the sculpture on the card herself? She must be strong.
Overruled.
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection.
Who said anything about a serving cart? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead? She used the Costco push cart, obviously.
Take that.
And this is the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still used here with us in this fountain room. We originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Mr. loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? I am. Can you imagine? As you can imagine, as all one will need to do is lay a case on its side and a tablecloth. And it looked exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Dude, how could you? Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures, although years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it. You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room. Yes, I do. I took those sculptures in their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up as a lift car as a serving cart to do it. I slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice Zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. Oh yeah, those 2 blocks of ice on the side. If the Winter Ring really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures have been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they have been displayed as is. As stated in the context rules, they were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Why did she do that? Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored iceworks in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. And a dead body! Ugh. You know what? This game is just teaching us that we should never trust women. Just say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed, I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we could do with it. That's all I have to tell you. But why did you do that, girl? However, despite everything I shared, you can't charge me anything now, can you? What? How'd you figure that? Oh, my. I would have thought you might know at least this much given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes and limitations outlined in this book. Statutes for dummies. Oh, I know how Eustace became a lawyer. He read this book. Statutes? What? Why is that evidence? Why is that evidence? Why do we need this? Someone read it. Oh yeah. No, yeah. He didn't read himself. Why do we have the chocolates again? We probably have to give it to someone after the case. Slightly melted after being okay. Theft. 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages. Murder. 15 years from the date of the crime. The statute is suspect. Should the suspect flee to a foreign country, statute is suspended from the time any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. We can try to get her on murder. If we try to get her on murder, we can do it. Because it can be suspended, you know. Whatever. I think that's how we're gonna get her. I think that's why this is useful. Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Oh, I just read this. Oh! Because his trial... Shut up, Kay, hang on. Because his trial, Samson's trial, not this one, ended, and he got you know, indicted as an accomplice, that means the statute of limitations was put on hold, which means we can still get her. We can still get her ass. Murder 15 years ago. Oh, 15 years. Theft 7 years. Ah! Yes, Miss Bounce sold the ice sculptures 18 years ago. Yeah, but we don't want to charge her for theft. We don't charge her for murder. So it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it. Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. Let's get her. However, as you yourself pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edworth? I think it's a bit bullshit to put a limitation on murder, actually.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that, for you see, the theft of the ice sculpture isn't my principal interest here. Yes, we're gonna get her on murder. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest. Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body? I am indeed. How do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? By hiding it in a very unusual way. Oh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edworth? It's not such a big leap if you don't think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say that it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. Very well, if you're confident in this claim, let's put us to the test. Tell me, Edworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden? Is that sculptures, right?
Take that!
Photograph of Mr. Frost's works and of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body? I'm gonna save. She's asking me too many questions. I get nervous. Holy, thank God I saved. It's this thing right here, right? Probably.
Take that!
Gemini sculpture. Yes. It may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. Okay, that is so creepy. That is like so creepy. Yeah, that's wild. Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
Objection!
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. The cloth! And what piece of evidence might that be?
Take that!
One of the cloths from the autumn week. Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Well, yes, dear, but you can make it look like just about anything, really, even blazing fire. The right shade of blue would make it look like ice. Yes, exactly like it, in fact.
Overruled!
Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though?
Objection!
If you was okay to take a look at the photograph, Your Honor, you'll notice that there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display. Oh, and there's no in the other one. Oh my God, I just noticed. Oh, that is weird. How only this? Cause you need the illumination on this side, and you don't need it on this side. Cause this is pure ice. Oh my God! Holy shit! This fucking game. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice. No, this can't be. Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing, yes, we were standing right in front of the body. God, that's so creepy! That's morbid. But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture?
Objection!
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as it is. Have you felt uncomfortable after knowing that? No, it really is so uncomfortable knowing that. Like, imagine going to a museum, you see like one of those sculptures, statues, and you just think, oh my god, what if it's just like a real dead body encased in concrete in one of these? Like, that's so creepy! That's so scary! Miss Bao needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent.
Overruled.
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, and she didn't need to because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart, the same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings, floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way. Which is why only the cloth appeared at first, the cloth Miss Scone discovered. And then the body followed afterwards once that thought enough. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edward. But, can you prove that it was me? God, oh, she's irritating. Oh my goodness. Seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? Do you think somebody might have spotted her when she was moving the body? Yes, Larry did! I can't believe we have to call Larry as an eyewitness. As a matter of fact, I do. Contradiction, a piece of evidence I was provided, will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Mr. Edward, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? If we must, I guess. Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Please present it to the court. What evidence do you have to prove Miss Bound acted as you claim? It is the sketch.
Take that!
More drawings. And is that me? Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. But what I'm interested in is in the cart we can see here. Miss Bound's serving cart, what of it? You don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. Are you being dense on purpose, Judy? All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I'd originally thought that Miss Bust had made an error, but he assured me that he couldn't possibly be the case. That card doesn't have the shape of a body. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. But the shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely, it would be immediately obvious if the table was being draped directly over the body. Is she also being dense on purpose? Oh my god, these people, I swear to god. I swear to god. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I can't do this anymore. Oh my god. Oh.
Objection!
Not if the body had been placed inside one of those hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on a lift cart and easily pass muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree? Oh my god. Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body just as you did 18 years ago. I didn't expect you to deduce all of that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you had disposed of your body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more. It's exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And it is also wet! And without a serving cart, you had to find someplace to put your chocolates. My chocolates, the one I was handing out. As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart. But the chocolate you gave us came from your pocket. Yeah, mine was half melted and all sweaty. It was still super sweet and tasty though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? Has these people never heard of just finding a random bowl and putting the chocolates in those? Does people not know the concept of a bowl is? Do they know what soup is? It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on. That's why. Apparently not. One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates in the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Is it? Here comes Scone. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? Wait a moment. I thought the cloth found in the fountain was the one that was wrapped around the body, not the tablecloth. Is it her apron or something? It says right there that was used to hide the body, but I thought it was because it was wrapped around the body, not like draped over the whole thing. I guess she could have removed the I guess, you know what, it probably makes more sense to be in the fountain. Yeah. Okay. No doubt in my mind it's in the fountain. It is on. Oh my god, I'm never listening to chat ever again. I'm never listening. No. I just need to trust my own guts. Oh my god, it is a fucking apron! How? Oh my god! Miss Bound has a tablecloth on her person and in plain view, in fact. In plain view? No, surely you don't mean... Miss Bound, it's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? Oh my god. I just said it, but she was used to hide the body. Okay, well, stop confusing me, okay? I'm already insecure. Why would you trust us? What's wrong with you? That's on you. Listen, okay? I'm trying to... I thought this was a group effort. Apparently, I'm the only one with the brain cell. Given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do is confirm my theory to test the cloth or traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. You are hoarding the game. You only have one brain cell to share. I'm sorry. I'm hoarding it. I'm hoarding it. Wait, what did she say? You will need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicious Infesticide Ultra and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It can't be this easy. She's up to something. It was me. It was all me. She hasn't broken yet. Alicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went to your bag and I took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Break yourself. Judy, you... Oh gosh. But Jude, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side, all fighting together to free Samson? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested, not yet. Not until I finally proven that Samson is innocent. Okay, yeah. But why did you hide the body in the past then? If we had the body, he could have got... Oh my god, she's fucking irritating me. Oh my god. This fucking girl. Oh god. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but why do it this way though? It's not like you. Sorry, Mr. Fenner, I caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I sold them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Miss Fraud died, they become more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. She's a little yandere. To be fair, Von Karma probably would have still found a way to use it against him. Honestly, true, but like, at least they still had a fighting chance, you know. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. Oh, conveniently, the police didn't search the cold storage room. Oh, I swear to God. Oh my God. I can't. Why do I play this game? It just gives me. This just raises my blood pressure. But what I actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? Oh! She didn't know the body. Oh! And that... See? See what I'm saying? He did the murder in the past. The game is fun. The characters are frustrating. I mean, considering Von Karma messed the whole thing up, it wouldn't be surprising the police didn't search everything. That is true. He would have been like, no need. We already know who did it. No need to search. This country is ruined, bro. Ruined. So, yeah, okay, so... She didn't know that the corpse was part of the sculpture. Which brings me back to my original theory, is that she was just the stuff she did in the present is just to get revenge on him because he did it and she knows he did it. Because he has to be involved, because otherwise why would this picture be relevant? Right? So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures. Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body and Samson was found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my only family, the only family I've ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and Jude's. After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago. When I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body had been there the whole time. Oh, that is just a dead body in this house the entire for 18 years. Holy shit, this place is haunted for sure. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired, so I did what I did today because it was the only way I could think of to make things right. Seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake. What do you think about Mr. Edgeworth? Something's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? Why didn't she just stab him in the neck? Why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Yeah! That dude! What's his name? Gusto? Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind. She was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent. Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer. Duh. Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Oh my god! Oh my god, he was trying to melt the sculpture because he knows the corpse is is part of the sculpture. No, he wasn't trying to melt, he was trying to... Yeah, he's the only one that knows. That's why he went in there with a blowtorch to melt the lid off. And that's why she set up that trap, because she knew the killer was gonna come back to get the body to hide his evidence. Oh my god. Holy shit. That's actually a genius plan by her. I have to give her that. Miss Bound. Your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangara cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find a body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly, but Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might have successfully covered their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the Autumn Wing was all Winter Winging. Yeah, you were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces cake you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. Oh my god. No, that would mean the real killer was... Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusations you're clearly about to make? Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so should I really go ahead and make accusations? Name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? We gotta make the accusations, fella. We gotta do it. We have to. It's the illusion of choice. My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. To do that, I need to seize the moment. Oh my god. Oh, I cannot believe the twist in this case. Yes, Judge Gambit, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame. We all know at this point.
Take that!
Mr. Gusco, the victim of the poison gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident. You know, we could check if they have special dialogue if we try to implicate Larry on every possible, given instance. But yeah, who has the time for that? Gusty? Mr. Gusto. Mr. Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit, and you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth, just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell exactly what happened to your own words. Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore, so I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set up trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. And when opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms. And found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least that was my plan. Judes, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years, but I'm the one who created this mess. So up to me to try and clean up. I didn't care what it took as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now, said it had reappeared, I'm afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. Oh, she's smart. She's smart. But I mean, she also doesn't know that Von Karma's also been locked up since. So I worked to set up a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible. I'm so sorry, Judy. Sorry our fucking horrible criminal justice system is fucked up. You, Samson Gregory, I let you all down. Did no one find out about Von Karma? I mean, he's not been mentioned by any of them. So they probably knew. I mean, it was pretty public incident. He was a pretty famous prosecutor. Unless the committee covered it up. Fender, this can't be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name. The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. Oh my god. Oh, we gotta keep going today. Oh my god. Gotta finish the case. I don't know if we can finish this. Oh. At least one more section today. Surely you're close to the end. But we're still missing a lot of critical evidence. Like, we know he did it, but we have to know, like, motive, the way he did it, and like the fact that their sons went missing. All of that we have to still find out. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes. Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Edgeworth, could you... Oh my god. Couldn't save this for later. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case. What's your issue? There's nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there's nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself. Objection! Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gavel. We know this because we both know who Von Karma is. Especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts. Are you suggesting that the community at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor? Does she really not know about Von Karma? Does she really not know? There's no way. That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it's a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. There's no way she doesn't know about Von Karma. I feel like everybody and their moms knew about Von Karma. She knows about him! Then what's wrong with her? There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't you dare compare me to Von Karma, you bitch. Oh my god. What is her problem? How so exactly? By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs. That's how. What who's the one? Oh my god. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless. Can she get out of here? I want Eustace back. Bring Eustace back. Perhaps it is time you understand how I know the committee sees this case. I hope you and the committee fall off the cliff. What is this now? What are we arguing about now? Oh my god. Oh, I need a break. Hang on. Oh, I'm like my vision's going white. I'm so angry. I should bring my blood pressure measurer onto stream next time, so we can check live how far my blood pressure is rising. Okay, hang on. The lights turned off in my room. Let me go turn it on. Just stretch a little bit. Turn on the lights. Relax a bit. Remember, it's just a game. This is just a game. These aren't real people. actually about to throw hands with it. Listen, I mean, I'm getting very close. Break a few glasses. Oh my god. If she were real. I think it's just that part of the very long case where I start getting pissed off by everything. That's just, you know, how it usually is when it comes to these games. All right. What does the committee's view? What is the committee's view? Whatever. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the I-7 incident is Miss Bound. Oh, my head just fucking blacked out. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. Oh my god. So this is how the committee sees things, huh? They must be blind as hell. It is, as always, I acted solely in service of law and order. Law and order. Sure, law and order. Oh my god. Sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. Something fishy with that committee. I can't change her mind. There will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Bound. What other lies do you plan to tell? I need to think of a happy place. Maybe it wasn't right to continue stream today. I miss my boy. You know, I'm starting to see why he was such a fan favorite. Like, it's really hard to hate the man. If you accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified the report, then why don't you reinvestigate the case? Because the goddess of justice is never wrong. Who cares about your damn goddess? Despite blatant evidence tampering, you sure your precious goddess is into that? Almost make me you think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again. Further investigation is simply unnecessary since the goddess of justice has already spoken. Is that right? Who gives a shit, lady, about your goddess?
Hold it.
I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tangaroa's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast a doubt on the final verdict itself. Samson Tangaroa confessed to the initial investigating officer, one Detective Ian Seidman. The official records say that it was his interrogations that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is the goddess of justice has already spoken. Yeah, we fired the guy because he has nothing to do with us. Unbelievable. She just won't budge at all. Well, I'll budge her. I'll fucking knock her into the fountain. Watch. If she keeps talking about this damn goddess, I'm gonna call my boy Kratos. Like, this is such an insult to the goddess of justice. Cause okay. Not to bring up Tears of Themis again, because nobody gave a fuck, but like in that game, the god of justice is symbolized by the main girl character who I love. Rosa is my girlfriend, by the way. So how dare she besmirch the name of the goddess of justice? Are these committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they are a prosecutor's worst nightmare. Yeah, my worst nightmare too. So kind of like how the police are to a great thief, huh? Oh, I wouldn't worry about the police in this country, okay? You're fine. Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though. Ugh.
Hold it.
Are you suggesting that Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together? Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangaroa could have been the one to commit the act itself, while Miss Bound was to remove the body. What? What? Oh. You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it real? Oh. Miss Bound has freely confessed to all of her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past. Very well, then let us pass judgment on what we can know she did in the present. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
I had a thought and I lost that thought, so I don't know what I was thinking of just now. What would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gustav for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him, a trap that nearly worked. Okay, but listen. Why would he break open the display case to check if it's genuine? That's so sus! That's just... Oh my god.
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Guster remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until you regains consciousness. In other words, there's little we can do for now. Honestly, if it was my karma, he would have killed the guy himself just so we don't have any witness statement from that guy. On the contrary, there's plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 and the poison gas. Do we? All the evidence you need? In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we already have the source of 2 chemicals in Miss Bound's confession. As for you, Mr. Edward, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer the committee in a formal hearing. Fuck your stupid ass committee, girl. Who cares? Whoa, that doesn't sound good. Don't worry, Malzarino. If nothing else, you're always more than welcome at Edgeworth & Co. No! Fender, you don't get it. Fender, you don't get it. If he stops being a prosecutor, he can't openly flirt and argue with Phoenix Wright in court again. That's all he lives for. Because they'll be on the same side now. Your Honor, I greatly appreciate if we could stay focused on the matter at hand. Haha, of course. Now, where was I? We have therefore determined that there's no need to investigate. No, there is definitely a need. There's so many things we don't understand yet. You really mean to assert that there's no loose end left to investigate? None of that. Oh, we have to present our loose end to her. All of the evidence has been examined at length, and there's nothing more to be learned from it. But I really don't remember what that one thought was. This is gonna bother me for forever. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Your Honor, I'm certain there's something that still needs to be examined. Hammer's about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Is that what you think requires further deliberation? Assuming there really is anything left, that is. There's still one thing we don't have an answer to. Something we need pointed out. Okay, what? We have so many things we don't have answers to, Edgeworth. Like, so many. Like, it could be this. It could be this. Maybe even this. I don't know. So many possibilities. You know, I'm just gonna go with my gut and say it's this. Or this. I think it's this actually. You know everything about the gas trap. It could be the blowtorch. Because that proves that he was up to something nefarious with the statues and he wasn't just gone in there to see things. Well, I think we already used the blowtorch on another piece. So I'm just gonna go with this.
Objection!
That was wrong. Is it the darn fingerprints again?
Objection!
No. It's not the dang fingerprints. Oh, maybe it's a statement. I think it might be the statement that I'm not presenting correctly on. Uh-oh, our first roadblock. It's because I lost that one train of thought and now the brace house left me. Surprised it didn't happen earlier. Listen, I think maybe me being pissed off reset my brain or something. I had to reset my brain to stop being pissed off. Could it be the fact that these documents were tampered with by Von Karma? I'm gonna go try random stuff now. It must be the statement that I'm not getting right. We don't have everything to explain IS-7 evidence, right? I don't know. I don't know. Chat, I'll listen to you. Any ideas? It's never the prosecutor's badge. We never have to use. Actually, there was once where we had to present our lawyer's badge at one point. Fucked me up. I was stuck there for so long because I did not expect that. Hmm.
Objection!
I don't know. Let's reload. Oh well, would you look at that? Full health bar. Wow. Have I used the teapot thingy? We haven't, but how does that relate to it? The moon has a boner? What? You mean this thing? I always read it as like a nose. We see what we want to see, Seth. That's all I'm gonna say. Because the symbol was found in the crime scene or something like that. Oh no. How are you doing, Seth? Welcome to stream. You just came in a time where I'm stuck, fully stuck. Wait, no, I see it now. The symbol was found in the crime scene or something like that. No, but we already made. But that was to determine that the victim was actually Paul Halik, right? We would just determine that he's not a baker but a sculptor. So I feel like that line of questioning has already been exhausted.
Objection!
Why did I do that? Oh, please! What the hell am I missing? It has to be something really obvious. Do they have an Ace Attorney anime? They do, and it's actually just a recap or retelling of the events of the first game. It's if you play the game, it was just kind of redundant, but like it's great for people that don't want to play the game themselves. It's pretty good. I recommend the English dub version because I don't know, it seems better than the Japanese one. Live action 2. They have a stage play of Ace Attorney, right? 2? They have stage plays of everything, to be fair. What are statements again? Okay, so we have therefore this is the one that I think I have to do present something, because we have to present something to her to say that no, there is something that we need to investigate further. Give it a musical. Why doesn't Gintama have a stage play? And there's so many things we need to investigate further. I just don't... I guess it's time to present every single thing in our evidence file, I guess. Watch it be the book.
Objection!
Okay, thank God it's not. Maybe how long do I want it to go on for? It would have been so funny. It would have. Low key. What about it? What if it's the cookbook?
Objection!
I presented. What if it's the murder weapon? It's not. This is a missing child. I presented the missing child. That was the first thing I presented, I think. My hate is melted right now. Same. After I melted down earlier, I think my brain went along with it. Crashed the fuck out. Maybe it is the teapot. Nope. Wouldn't it be fucking evil of them to be like, none of this is the right answer, you just have to exhaust your health points to move on? That would be so evil of them. I don't think they do that. Don't let this win. I'm trying not. I'm doing my best. I think I presented everything on this last statement, so it has to be I have the wrong statement or some shit. Please, Edgeworth, think! Edgeworth, speak to me from beyond the game, please! Is there something that hasn't been explained yet from the old case? You know what? Let me reload and reread all of the texts. That seems to work sometimes. Gregory Edgeworth, please speak to me from beyond the grave. What am I missing here? Okay. She's beating her ass. No, nobody watched this part. Stop. Okay. There's still one thing we don't have an answer to, and it's up to me to point it out. You see? The one thing we don't have an answer to. But I feel like I presented everything! Present what you think requires further deliberation. It has to be this statement! Did I present this?
Objection!
I did, probably. It's either something really... Yeah, time to use all the evidence in order. That's what I'm gonna do. It's either something really obvious or something really bullshit.
Objection!
Process of elimination. That works.
Objection!
Oh, Phoenix Wright must be so proud of me right now.
Objection!
What is the right answer? I'm losing my mind! Oh my god, what if it is my prosecutor bad? What if it is? I'm doubting myself now. I'm gonna present it. I'm gonna present it.
Objection!
Oh my god. Thank god it's not. Oh my god. Ah. I have to reload. That's like my last life or something. Phoenix is in one of the roofs snickering at you. Don't look at this, Phoenix, right? I'm better than this. I presented this. I presented this. I presented this. I presented that. I presented that. The card? No way, it's the dumbass card.
Objection!
Then it has to be the statement is wrong. But what other statement? What other statement?
Objection!
What? What the fuck? What do you mean? Explain. No. Explain. What do you mean by this, Edward? What do you mean? I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this? What is it? There are test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the winter wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. Okay, I assume it's because the victim was part of the statue. The question is, whose? What? Huh? What do you mean? Until that question is answered, only thing you can... Is that the victims? Cause you... What? What is he talking about? There was blood in the Gemini case. They didn't bother to check. I guess they didn't. God, I always overestimate the police and how useful they are. Where's Gumshoe? Where's Goatshoe? I need him in my life. Why did I did not hear about this from Eustace? Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winner about it myself, of course. You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today. As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That does not make any sense. Okay, Gabe, you win. Okay, I guess. That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace. Oh, he's so easy to win over. Guess who's back, losers? I love him so much. And with good news, too. God, it took him a while. Oh! Look who this is! It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive. Gusto? He made it. You're the ones who found me. Yep, long time no see, Gusto. You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown, and you have an assistant of your own now. Assistant? No, I'm... Yeah, he hasn't got the gig just yet, but this is Gregory Edgeworth's son. Yeah, Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. You're not gonna be welcome in a few minutes, though. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. That smile. Huh? What are you talking about? You figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie. Ooh, wow, so direct. What? Is that true? Miss Bounce set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent. Oh, it's not that. Gusto's here is a fan of the old meditation, you know. Om and all that jazz. Oh my god, did it actually take me a half an hour to figure that? Fucking 1 hour. Okay. Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent. Except there's no sleep involved in meditation, Kay. Hey, Gusto, old pal, how about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when? I was caught up in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer? Is this your idea of a joke? Edgeworth doesn't joke. Who do you think he is? He's a clown? I'm the victim here. Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto, and there's no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fenner are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed. At least somebody here seems to be on my side. Judge Verity Gavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth. Fine. You want me to prove that I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
Objection!
They do treat him like a clown sometimes. I mean, he kind of is dressed like a court jester, so yeah. So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gavel. You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record. I believe only in an infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you. Yeah, Nuvolette would never do this, from Genshin Impact. We shall see about that. What do you advise, Judge Gavel? Well, it would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us? Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures. Simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times, arrived at half an hour early. Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk at the time around that time? I left the main entrance on guard and unlocked just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is. I see. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. Sneaking into a building's pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Oh, that's so ironic that Case, the Great Thief, is talking about sneaking into a building. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there's some evidence that the witness is lying. The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case. I wanted to see Frost's work up close. So I went up to the Gemini, sorry, guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw that the lid was frozen on tight, so I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. But why? Why would you do that? When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out. Fascinating. This is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of. Yeah, everything sounds like a lie kind. Imagine going to a fucking art gallery and then see like some art behind glass display case and it'd be like, and the first thought is not, oh, they must be displaying that in the glass case because it's pretty priceless and would be damaged if not. And then your first thought is like, oh, I must free it from its glass prison and then fucking break the case. Who does that? Who does that? I'm not too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there's no evidence to refute it. Come on, there must be something. What do you mean relatable? It's Bound's door you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing. What's wrong with you guys? Something ain't right about you.
Objection!
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. Thought that was obvious. Forgive me for having too much faith in chat sometimes. So you believe that self-confessed criminal? Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me. I have no reason to kill him. It's completely on you. Master gaslighting behavior from chat right now. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise. Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth? Gusto fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet, no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Yeah, but then what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do. We learn from the best at gaslighting you yourself? Oh, I mean, I can't deny the fact that I gaslight myself on multiple occasions. You're right, we may now have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He claims to not have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it? If he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about probable motive too, remember? Yeah, about the fact that they were working together, but then one of them backed out or some shit. How can you possibly see that with any certainty if their relationship had broken down for some reason? Yeah. Could very well be the motive behind the murder, yes. And the disappearing children, probably. Well, Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Well, Karma's actually evil. Because he can't be stupid enough to not see how sus this guy was. And he's like purposely being like, oh yeah, you can't talk to him. Because he knew. Then why didn't he just accuse... If he knew, why didn't he just accuse this guy of being the real murderer? Oh my god, he's actually evil. He just... Oh, piss me off. Yes, I think you might be right. I need to think about over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. And the finger marks, were you the one wearing the gloves? Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers, but what if they were Mr. Gusto? He hated the show, so he planned all this to get it canceled. Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the Ultimate Cookbook for himself. Oh! Oh, maybe his son had like a disease or something. Not me trying to humanize him. So he asked me to go put on a new cartridge. Seemed to stage a bit more shops less than there were. Okay, in other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes. The number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. Right, somebody used the camera. Right, I forgot about that. But he thought maybe he just left tracks somewhere along the way. My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. Making shit up in my head. Yes, exactly. Okay. Alright. Oh, did he take pictures of the cookbook? That could be it. Okay, motive is definitely because Frost didn't help in the final or something. Yeah. Mr. Gusto. You and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? Huh, so you know about my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs while you were in charge of making the flavor, is that correct? What can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up through the semifinals. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show that we were better than Tangaroa. Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? I can't believe we still have to see Von Karma's dumbass face. Can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return, I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder. Oh? That's not how it was! Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly. You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay. Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tango's room and killed him? No, you strolled into his room and killed him. I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? So you see, it can't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in his room. If I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusto had an opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. Oh, wait, no. He did kill him in his room. Why are they in the room? Did he take pictures of the book? I think he did. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book? It'd be the perfect crime. So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops. Yeah, that's called piracy, Kay. We love that here. A sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had? Ooh! That's when he did it. Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? Then after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost that he secluded himself. Okay, no. He already died before the contest. The only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only one you sampled? No, I couldn't help myself. When I finished my app, I tiptoed over to Chiliwink's room for a little taste. His door was unlocked, okay? I kept himself inside his room after the contest had started, but he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into it to sample his work. Meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. Yeah, it's always afternoon tea. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of the afternoon tea. Everybody's just watching Edward as he's thinking through this. Like in silence. Making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edward? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied, but things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light as last. And yes, my theme song kicked up. You mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead. Oh, is it my... Oh! Time for mind chest. Time for mind chest. It is, Mr. Gusto. I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you. Well, what is it? You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. Time for bingo. Mind bingo. Told you I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world. If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? I mean, if he already took pictures of the cookbook, why did he have to win? 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confection. Okay, wait, how many? Save. We about to get into chess, and I'm not very good at chess. I don't know how to play. Okay, 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together? And why did they enter the contest in the first? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. Mr. Gusto seems to have a bit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now it's time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Edward has a very wide chest for someone that doesn't work out. Why did you collab? Sorry, I'm distracted. Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? He has good genes. Oh yeah, from Gregory. We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your own skills. You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible, that's all. Frost's son and mine were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too. His chest needs extra room to hold justice. all that justice and truth being held up in there. Oh, so you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of the world's greatest confectioner. He fell asleep. Here's why I fucking get his ass. Pretending he was asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor in Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Fine, it was me. I wanted that title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. I see. Since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. Oh! Oh! I get it! Frost wanted the cookbook. He's the one that already took pictures of the cookbook, and if because he already got pictures, he had no need to win the contest anymore. So he decided to stop helping this guy. Oh! I get... Yeah, that makes sense. I see, and since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps? If so, I want to know why. I want to know all the tea. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with... Oh, now... Oh, you don't look unwell to me. Pushed me too hard. And I'll be on my way back to the medical room. If you push me any harder, I'll die right here. No, wait. You better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Push him. Mr. Gusto is trying to desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. Figure out what he really was after next. So I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. Actually, go ahead and punch him. You wanted to appear on Mr. Tangaro's TV show, didn't you? On Cook and Conga? I believe it was called Bacon Bach, actually. You really think people would want to watch me dance like an idiot while I work? No, it might have been a bit too much for younger viewers. I thought not. Listen, I know what I'm good at, and prancing around TV isn't it. Maybe you should focus on what you're good at too, because it certainly isn't asking the right questions. Oh, I mean, he has a point. I didn't choose my words care. Oh, was that what? I could ask the wrong question? I thought I had to... There's no way. There ain't no way. This has never happened before in any of the mind chess in the past. You too had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner? My only goal was to win the title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now. Oh, so you've improved. Bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Zhongfa for nothing. Zhongfa mentioned again. I looked up to Tangaro, you know, spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me you like Tangaro's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. He's asleep again. So, you claim that your only goal was to win the title, yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest's prize, the ultimate cookbook. The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. Guess he had actually no interest in it. Okay, but didn't he let everyone know it was mostly about pharmaceutical shit? Even if I did, what exactly is so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that already. Feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip through my grasp now. I should just stay calm, keep the pressure on. Grab him by the fucking neck. Squeeze it out of him. Okay, now we need to find... No, not load. We need to find out why he wanted the cookbook now. Did you know what the book was written? Did you need it to help you make your sweets? Your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations. What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you sold it. I don't know much about what was actually in there, but it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that. Come now, Mr. Gusto. I think you know more about the ultimate cookbook than you claim. My stomach's growling. This just growled so loudly, holy shit. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. So then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? And that they weren't dessert recipes at all. I see you did your homework, fine. So you know what really is in there. Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook to give it its proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody's ever heard of. So he did know that the cookbook actually contained recipes. Okay, important clue discovered. Put it up to the mic, let chat know what it's saying. He's yelling at me to go eat. Go cook something, probably. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaro's recipes. It wasn't a confectioner who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. Okay, but you literally just said you knew it was just medicine stuff. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Zhengfa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the ultimate cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines, thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. Do not mention gastronomical to me. There's a gastronomical uproar in my stomach right now. Oh, it just happened again. Holy shit. You needed the medicine, don't you? Girls on command! You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines. Eat something. I'm gonna listen, okay? We gotta get through this first. The truth waits for no one. Which suggests that your interest must have been personal. Well, probably his son needed it or something. I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. Did he die? That's why his son disappeared? Wait a moment. He was. Tell me more. That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. Let's pry into your son's very private medical records. Save. Is that why his son went missing? Is because he actually died? But they said his son, like... maybe. No, yeah, it was Paul Halik's son that showed up to claim an inheritance. His son is just gone. Almost got to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves. Tell me more about your son. Let me know more about your son. He was my pride and joy and my biggest fan. And you entered a contest in order to help him. You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything. He would come to see me here at a contest venue too, right up through the semi-final. Really? He didn't get in the way of your work? You're trying to beat Samson Tangaroa. Surely you didn't have the time to look after your child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted always to be the first to try my creation. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest. It wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening anyways. I feel like it... Not life-threatening? You killed someone over a non-life-threatening illness? Was the book necessary for your son to get better? What if he had the same illness as Samson, where he couldn't taste shit? So you needed the cookbook to cure your son. Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication he needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work. So his son didn't die. Because it was non-life-threatening. What about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it. And what makes you think I had energy or time to care about what the others had made? But you cared about Tangaroa's work. I think you made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries. Here's the thing, though. Like, Samson seems like such a good guy that honestly, if he just asked the dude, is like, hey, can I get the recipe for my son? Like, he really needs it. Like, he probably has the same disease as you. Like, he would have given to him. God, these people make things so complicated for no reason. Seriously doubt you would have passed on a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries. Oh, ooh, I didn't read that. Ooh, hang on. He's falling asleep again. I've had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see you sample my rival's work. Each time nothing. Oh, he has the disease! I did nothing seem to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something. Sure, nerves. Maybe it passed down to his son through the genes. Whatever. I don't know. Nothing Mr. Gusto tasted had any flavor. That seems like included. What am I saying? Important clue. You tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from. You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more? You literally said it was not life-threatening! You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening, so why are you so reluctant to share any details? Now it's been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it had been life-altering. That is true. Like, I can't imagine not being able to taste, like, salty food in my entire life. Oh man, I can't eat burgers, I can't eat steak, I can't eat anything. It would be so awful. No, wait, that's Jiaoqiu. Oh no, wait, that's why he eats spicy food, because that's the only flavor he can like taste because of the pain. Oh no, why? Why am I thinking all this right now? Oh no. I see, that must have been very hard on both of you. Of course it was. That was why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. Couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts. Oh, so he can't even taste sweet stuff. I was gonna say that it would be like eating white people food, but that's worse. I don't I can't believe I just thought of Jiaoqiu. I miss him. I hope he comes back. Did he have a taste disorder? As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had it too? Too, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct? How did I let that slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. Literally, if you just asked the dude like a normal person, he would have given to you the cure to you. Oh my god, he's dumb, he's stupid. Was that really the case? Of course it was. What are you saying? I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. Time to deploy my clue. You were sick yourself, weren't you? Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know, after all. You just told me you experienced something like that during the contest. You said nothing that you sampled had any flavor. Those were your own words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste, not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto? I've had enough of your speculate. Oh no, wait. Maybe his son is like completely fine. He's just using it as a meat shield, as a sympathy points. What a low blow. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problems. But weren't you working with Mr. Frost? We got him. Chess is over. Checkmate. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late that you claim it you did it on your own. Take that! Ooh, good one. You would have had us believe that you are a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. That took longer than expected. Well, he had a lot of chess pieces that the Edgeworth had to eat off the side, you know. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder. You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. Oh, I can't believe I felt bad for you for a tiny moment. I hate this dude. I hate this dude. Kept it hidden for so long, 18 years and nobody knew. Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest, hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook. For the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Alright, because Mr. Frost was in debt. Right. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate. Oh man, wow. I'll admit it, you're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyways. Even so, if he just asked for that single recipe, he would have... Exactly! That's what's pissing me off. It's like, if you just been a normal-ass person and just talked to him about it, he would have understood and gave you the cure to cure you. If, like, obviously he wouldn't help Frost out because he doesn't want it to be used for profit, clearly. But then we could have just avoided all of this. Could have saved me some grief. It's true, 18 years ago, I developed ageusia. What's ageusia? It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare. Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well? No, the big man had what they call dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. So he suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. You admit now that was the real reason you entered the contest. It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted a title too. When I put my mind to something, it gets done. I won't lose to anybody. I would go insane if I couldn't taste anything, to be rare. Oh yeah, that like losing one of your senses, horrible. It's a disability. One of the reasons having COVID felt so surreal. Oh right, COVID does that to you. No taste or smell. Right. I don't know if I actually had COVID, but I think there was when I got sick last year, it was COVID, but thank God my taste and smell was unaffected. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win. Oh, so you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning? Of course. What was it that Fender said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine, you want me to talk? I'll talk, but you're not gonna like what I have to say. Oh my god, here we go. I think we're nearing the end of this case. If there's another investigative part, we will stop there, but if not, we'll try to finish it up today. Entry for the final. Frost and I were working together right up through the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tanjiro in the final of my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine, I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lacked training. Sure. Reek some lies. That's all there is to it. Happy now? There doesn't seem to be the obvious contradictions in testimony. Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip of what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a little bit, Malzarino? See if you can shake something loose. I think I might just have to, Fender. Okay, so we're supposed to press on every statement.
Hold it!
I might have to go grab something to eat, guys. The stomach rumblings fucking distracted me so bad. Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted while you handled the taste. After this. Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman. His sense of design was second to none. He was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We each did what the other couldn't. And boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics, not even for the simple stuff. How do you like me now? I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Consume. Huh, the national symbol of Zhengfa. Well, yeah, it's a phoenix. That's awesome. That's a good dog. I was gonna say chicken, but yeah, dog works. I'll say, pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago. Behold the fruits of my training! Dedicated my whole life to my craft, but back then we both needed each other's help, so we joined hands until the final. Chimkin. Stop! We need to stop talking about Chimkin, okay? I'm hungry. I'm so hungry.
Hold it!
You were serious about winning the title then. Of course, the art of confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I have wanted to be crowned the greatest? But I still have a lot to learn back then. Guess it's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch. But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was the cookbook too. You wanted the book even more than you wanted the title, isn't that right?
Overruled.
You remember me sad? No, I didn't, because I started stream late. I didn't have time to prepare snacks. Mr. Edgeworth, you are badgering a witness who is still suffering the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue. Harassment? I think you are the one harassing me, lady! I understand, Your Honor, but... Ignore him, Mr. Gusto. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. Please do continue your testimony in your own time. You know what thought I just had? None of these people ask for their own lawyer before they start talking or anything. They must be dumb as hell. So I helped Frost with the entry, but mine I did alone.
Hold it!
So you're saying who needs a lawyer? Well, you don't want to see Phoenix, right? So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all, but he'd help you up till then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest. Strange or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his reasons too, I wouldn't know. He's lying, it's gonna be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless that gizmo of yours has a built-in lie detector, Kay. If it did, I have stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now. Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No doohickeys assistance required. Please, Mr. Gusto, continue your testimony. Has Kay used Little Thief in this case yet? I think she did it early on, right? I keep forgetting Phoenix Wright is the actual main character. We all miss him dearly. Yeah, okay. So there shouldn't be another one where she uses Little Thief, probably, hopefully. They didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lacked training.
Hold it!
And yet, I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. It was... I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me, it's simple as that. But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. And so, did something happen overnight? Did your wife leave you overnight? I don't think he's going to spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps I should ask himself something else. What should I ask him? The semi-final is irrelevant, I believe. I think I should ask him about Mr. Frost. You knew Mr. Frost from before the contest, correct? You remembered, I see. My son and Frost used to go to the same elementary school. Okay. It was no coincidence that you both entered the contest, correct? Yeah, I heard about it first and I told Frost. I knew he'd be interested. He was always short of cash for his sculptures. That's right, Mr. Frost was supposedly always in financial trouble, wasn't he? The cookbook is really worth that much, huh? I see that glint in your eyes, kiddo, but don't you get your great thieving hopes up. It was worth a lot back then. But these days, you can find most of the stuff in there on any drugstore shelf. Oh, bummer. So literally every last contestant only ever had eyes for that cookbook, I see. An 18-year-old mystery, and the key to unraveling it is finally in my grasp. I just need to remember everything Fender told me about what he and my father discovered. So vague, so unhelpful, Edgeworth. Maybe I should ask about something else here.
Hold it!
Maybe the semi-final? Is something changed between the semi-final and final, Mr. Gusto? Not really. The only difference between the semi-final and final was that Frost wasn't helping me.
Hold it!
So you really complimented your final entry without Mr. Frost's help. I not have had his designs to lean on, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor, so the visuals are the only thing that changed between the semi and the final. You sure? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. It wasn't just his looks. It got... looks got a big thumbs down. It got trashed on flavor, too. Doesn't sound much like a winner to me. Oh my god. What if any... Oh, they should have did the bit where anytime anybody said the word winner, Eustace would just pop in and be like, you called? And then everybody ignores him. Despite his confidence, Mr. Gusto failed on flavor too. The lack of Mr. Frost's assistance shouldn't have affected that. So, was there some other difference? Oh, I think that was right. I think this statement was right. Let's see. Let me reread what he just said. Despite his confidence, he failed on flavor. Lack of assistance shouldn't have affected it. There's something different between the semifinal and the final. His son wasn't there! His son wasn't there! Oh my god, his son was the one tasting everything for him! Oh!
Objection!
Oh my god, I can't believe I figured that shit out. Oh my goodness. I can think of one significant difference between a semifinal and final, Mr. Gusto. Your son, this is him in a photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semifinal. He was? What of it? What indeed, he was here with you until the semifinal, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. Oh my god, I can't believe he was exploiting his son. I just wanted to see me hard at work, to show him I was trying my best. Who knows, maybe it was him being there that helped me do so well in those early rounds. He talks good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me. Indeed, thankfully we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could an encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have a hard time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss, unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it? Very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. Why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing there other than to support his father? Duh, he was your taste tester. I mean, why would he hide that though? I don't see anything wrong with that. Like, having a taste disorder should not like limit someone from like wanting to cook, because like, you know, why not have other people taste your shit for you? That's not against the rules. It's not like they're making stuff for you. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto. He was my biggest fan, of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no? Oh my god, I just had a horrible thought. You know how the lady came in to take a bite out of everything? She literally took a bite out from, like, next to the corpse. Holy shit. Oh no, that's horrifying. What are you implying? You already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. Okay, yeah. He has agusia. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work. Got his ass. Dang, now it all makes sense. Frost's stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here. Yeah. Oh, he's gone mad. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. You seriously think I trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpiece? I have some pride, you know, even back then. Did you now? My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? Just more speculation, that's all it is to it. It's such a weird way to talk about your own son. That's just a child who trusts— oh my god. Terrible father. Worse than Umibozu. In that case, I asked you to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate. Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern. What? As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Zhengfa to start my training and cut off all ties with the kid for— what do you mean? Wow, father of the year, truly. What the heck? What in the world? Your own what kind of father? Oh my god, actually worse than Umibozu. What? You abandoned your own child? That ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is even now. The cops have looked all over him, but no— did he kill his own child? So, still think you're gonna try to prove your asinine theory? I like to see you try. There's some twist about his child, probably. You think I care about anything else besides confectionery? Think again. Got my sense of taste back. What do I need? What need do I have for a son? Oh my god. I hope his wife either left him with the son or or I don't know, divorced his ass. Holy shit. Silence in the courtroom. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Oh my god. While Mr. Gusto's word and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, yes, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. What? Huh? God. I'm about to punch your goddess of justice, lady. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat. Yeah, give it up. 8 years is a long time for anything to surface now. Proof or otherwise. Mr. Edward, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? Oh my god, Goshu's gonna come through. Goshu! Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. He's gonna come in. He's gonna come with the blood. That's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. once we know whose blood it is. Hey Miles, sorry to cut in on your mind palace time, but I was wondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't just come here just to check on the body, did he? You mean went because he tried to open the case? Exactly. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? We might, if Miss Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence. It's quite enough idle chatter defense. Now if you... Mr. Edwards, yes! Let's go! Oh my god! I've never been this excited to see Gumshoe! Holy! Oh, always at the best possible time! Oh man! Speak of the devil. I forgot Larry's still here. I take it you have the test results, detective. There he is! Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. I love him so much. And the whole stadium cheered. Yes, sir. The lab just got back to me. Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you're bringing up the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of? What? Hey, no fair. Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this? It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry out. And now he's here telling everyone. What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, alright. Oh, he's so easy. Because you're a relevant winner. He's so easy. So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us? I'm not gonna believe this, but... the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini cases, Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison... Wow. Who could have seen that coming? What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct. You mean, Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case? Don't you know what the he was clearly there at the crime scene with his blood. Give this man a raise. Oh, yeah, please. Edgeworth, give Gumshoe a raise. Oh my god. You know, Gumshoe's been a lot more helpful in this game compared to the first. This is his redemption arc. It's the only very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident have been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside a Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body. Why would there be trace of your blood there of all places, Mr. Gusto? What do you think, Gabelle? If you won't answer her honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case. There were traces of salt and sugar, too. There were. If you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed. Oh, yeah. You're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again? Oh my god, did he try to sabotage? Oh no. I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit. It's in the other photo you've got there, the bit. This bit, the heartbeat thing. Gemini's liar. Yes, the liar, and only the liar tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth, where did the salt on the liar come from? I don't know. Is it the salt lamp? Oh! Because he was holding the salt lamp! Oh! Oh, I only put that together just now!
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident. Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the liar its flavor came from just a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroon's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood. but no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Right, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream. Furthermore, aside from the liar, no trace of assault were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps were found in Delicia's room were both broken. Lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor. We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point? Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. The killer needed to hide the blood somehow, in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicions. And you are seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do just that? I am. I suspect that the blood you saw was somehow applied to the liar so that it could be hidden inside the... This is so, like, who would ever think of this? This is so convoluted. Like, what normal person would be their first thought was, oh yeah, of course. He used a murder weapon to make the statue. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. Oh, so are you saying this fucking lady took a bite out of the corpse and the murder weapon? Girl, go get your stomach pumped, please. Oh my god. Holy shit. So he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the liar undetected. Then the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, thus a new dilemma arose. How could he be sure that neither the body nor the evidence wouldn't be discovered someday? She was feeling a bit peckish. She was hungry like me. So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try cover his tracks. What else has he got to say for this? Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit it? You are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident. Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson... Call him Samus. Yeah, this fucking papyrus ass laugh. Gusto, so I finally got caught, huh? All these years later. Oh, and then now he's gonna be like... Watch, he's gonna be like, well, it's already past the statute of limitations. Oh, well, according to this book for dum-dums, it is not. We're gonna get his ass. Chat, we're gonna get his ass. Nobody came close back then, not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admitted then that you murdered Artie Frost? Yeah, sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to... He's an actual maniac. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And we were supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal. Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces. Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose. What do you... Wait. You were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? I guess Artie Frost was not a great person. After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it's like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything else, I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand. You're right, I don't understand. Because I'm not stupid. You take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder. And also abandoned your own fucking son. Why did I want to understand someone who could do such things? A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't even surprised. Is that why he abandoned his son? Is it because he didn't show up for the final? He's ridiculous. Oh my god, he's so petty. There's no way. Why would you think that? that? What exactly happened to your son? How am I supposed to know? I told you he's none of my concern anymore. According to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either. And you don't care? You're horrible. I'm glad they're calling him out for this and not just glossing it over. So with his disappearance, you two want your chances of winning, correct? Yeah, I had to find another way of getting... Oh, you know what? His wife probably took his son and fucking ran. Good for her. That's why he wasn't here for the final. Thank God. Yeah, I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangaroa's room. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas they needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up. I thought I might find you in here, stealing recipes from the famous cookbook, Frost! What's this? A cure for taste disorders? Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything? What will people say? Literally, people would sympathize with you and, like, you'll probably be more popular because of it! Oh my god, these people are actually dumb. You tell anybody, I'll... Yo, what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm. Why you? Okay, Artie was kind of asking for it. Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him, knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it. So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt. When it was all over, our latest had to get rid of that blood somehow, so I scraped up all the bloody bits. I dissolved those salts shaving in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp. That's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish. Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition. So you decided to kill him. Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think? Well, that was the impetus behind it all. Anyways, I literally took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part. Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess. Not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, I figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy. But why Samson? Why did you have to frame him? I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of it. That is true. It kind of is what it was her fault. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloth back in scones? Oh my god, he was trying to... Not him trying to blame the British lady. There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant. That's to cast suspicion on that person. What? You trying to frame me? Wait, but why did he hide the body? Why did he hide the body in the chocolate? You know what? I'm not gonna question him. He's clearly insane. Yeah. But why? Why poor old me? I respected Tangaroa. He was the best, a true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall, but you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did. He's actually crazy. Oh, Gusty, how could you? Had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. She just wanted to eat, let her be. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I sneaked the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bound here found it before I had a chance to retrieve it. Damn, called her mid. I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all? Ha, why indeed? Mr. Edgerly, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Mr. Frost's body? Probably the obscure time of death. That's what you do when you freeze a body. It's been a while. Let me save. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during the afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo! Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tinker's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up making the whole ship collapse. Still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all? The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it at least until it was fully frozen. These people can't even commit a crime properly. All these complicated ass steps for what? Just to get caught in the end? Oh my god, dumbasses. How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder. Ironically, Tangerol would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got out of his room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted. Okay, but you were coward. You were too coward to even come forward to not get him convicted. God, I hate this dude. Actually, I hate him. You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? It's all because I found a body? I'm trying to gaslight her. Don't let him get inside your head, Jude. None of this is your fault. It wasn't Samson. It would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. I don't think he expected some chunky lady to eat the evidence. I mean, if you didn't try to do all this, you know what? Who am I to question the mind of an insane person? Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor the body had vanished. So then, Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangora under arrest in the absence of a body. I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right? Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. And either way, it seems Mr. Von Karma was a stupid doo-doo head. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangara regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Sticks and stones, girly. Sticks and stones. You're a jerk. I ought to arrest you right now, pal. Yeah! Give it to him, Gumshoe! Punch him right in the face. Afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective. So you notice, huh? Glad somebody did. Oh, they're gonna bring up the statute of limitations. Oh my god, my blood pressure skyrocketing. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me. What? Why? You just confessed to murder. Yeah, I had no idea, huh? Then I guess I better lay it out for you. Guys, my head is in my hands. I can't do this anymore. Let it be over, please. Free me. She just wants to beat him to death herself. I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I've confessed otherwise? It means 4 hours. 4 hours of this suffering. That's right. The statute of limitations is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edworth? Y'all really don't read the fine print. Literally, the book is called For Dum-Dums, and y'all dum-dums don't even read everything. Once the statute has expired, he can't be charged, so... But... Unfortunately, Mr. Edworth, I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record. And that Mr. Tangero's conviction will remain in place. You don't see something wrong with this, Gavel? What's wrong with you? Actually, something's wrong with her. And yeah, he was in a different country too! But we finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. And if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangora had grounds for his trial on that basis. Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgment are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what. Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. There must be something we can do, something to bring Mr. Gusto down. Wait, there is something we can do, obviously. I'm not even gonna press. I'm not even gonna press. I'm not even gonna... There we go. He thinks he got away with it. Bro thinks he got away with it. bro thinks he got away with everything.
Objection!
Oh wait, no, I think I was supposed to press at least a little bit. Oops. God, I was so confident. Okay, we're gonna get his ass after this reload, okay? Wow, 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 nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask, ask it. Very well, tells us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident. Sure. The fact that Gabrielle doesn't do anything despite knowing... No, for real! What's her issue? What's her problem? Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not long after, I went to Zhongfa to really buckle down and... Oh! Oh! You say you left the country! Huh! Huh! I'm getting too worked up over this. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left, let's see, around a year after the murder. It was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Zhongfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design, I'm the full package now.
Objection!
And all on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed. What's an omelet without a few eggs, huh? Oh, you know what? I could go for an omelet right now. You're evil. Yeah, what I said, okay. Sticks and stones, girlie. And the fact that there's actually people like him IRL. Oh my god, bumming me out. This game is bumming me out. Can't arrest me, that's all that matters. Need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. I think I should follow up. Final day in court. No, his training in Zhongfa. Right? I'd like to tell you most about your training in Zhongfa if you wouldn't mind. Fine. I later went to Zhongfa to train. I finally became the best in the world. Oh! Really? Best in the world who couldn't even read a book for dum-dums? Okay, this better work and I better not, you know, have made a fool of myself again.
Objection!
Got him! Actually, he may have a point. Sticks and stone might actually be the answer to dealing. Honestly, yeah. Stone him to death, guys. Mods, twist his balls. The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should a suspect flee to a foreign country, which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. No way! So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Zhongfa? Dilly, where you at? Why, Dilly didn't show up today. Guys, it's Dilly's birthday yesterday. Say happy birthday to Dilly. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday, Dilly. He's not gonna watch this one. Too much reading. Happy birth. Happy birthday. No way. So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Zhongfa? Okay, we're gonna get this guy for Dilly, okay? For Dilly. Happy birthday, Dilly Bird. It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. But that would depend on how long you stayed in Zhongfa, Mr. Gusto. Uh-oh. It was 3 years exactly. 3 years? Hold on. Nobody said anything until I've done the math. Wait, hang on. Yeah, let me do the math too. 3 years. 15 years. It was 50. It was 18 years ago. Minus 3. 15. Oh! Oh my god! We're like 1 day before it runs out again! The murder happened 18 years after the statute is 15 years. Add the 3 overseas. 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way! Mr. Edgeworth, you did it! The statute hadn't expired after all! Do not let him... Do not let him... Do not let him stall! Do not let him stall! He Bingo! 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourselves. He's just been stringing us along this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, weren't we? We can arrest him now. Need to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which... Oh, wait, is it not December right now? Oh. I thought it was December this whole time. Oh, no! Wait, no! Strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If Gusto's staying Jungfa really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're a few months short. Not enough, but... What did I tell you? You can't touch me. No way, I thought that was it! Oh my god, let me leave! I hate to admit it, but he read the board well when he made his confession. Wait, what about the second point, though? What about the second point in the book for dum-dums? What about the suspended from any accomplishments indifferent to the end of their trial? What about that? It has to be something else. It has to be. What other piece of evidence have we not used? Oh no. How unfortunate, Mr. Edworth. If only the statue had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edworth, have... What is her issue? What is her issue? What's wrong with her? There must be something I can do. I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then... Oh, yeah, girl, go kill him right now! Jews, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. She pulls out a gun! I think she might have almost pulled out a gun. Like when the fucking Cecilia Yu pulled out a gun in the first game. Yeah, why are you on the murder? What? Yeah, what's actually wrong with her? We're not done yet. Far from it, because there's still a way we can nail him. There is. Alright, Miles, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about, which is... He wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. He doesn't know that he was indicted on being an accomplice! Which means there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statues for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done. Fender, are you? Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we played our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you. We're gonna have to do it. We have to do it. We can't let him walk free. There's no way. Even if we have to admit that he has his conviction as being an accomplice has to remain. Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. Should I raise an objection? Play that? We have to. We have to do it, right? Oh, I feel so bad for Samson. My father, Mr. Von Karma, one sought to reveal the truth and the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow, the one that seeks to reveal the truth. This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto had been found not guilty on all accounts. There's that objection we love. No, Your Honor. Mr. Camilo Gusto is absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished. Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds of... Why are they not arresting him for child abuse? For child abandonment? Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for this arrest? I do. Now, show Judge Cavell something that proves this have yet expired. It's the book again, dummies.
Take that!
Consider this piece of... Oh, wait, is it not? Oh. Is it not? And what? Is that a book? Oh, we need to present. I forgot. We need to present the documents. Oh, oops.
Take that.
Very well. Is there a particular page of the I-7 case you would like to refer to? Wait, I don't know which page it was. Yes, sorry, I forgot this existed. It's suspect data. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangura was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year from his indictment for that verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country, and another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. What? Tangura was convicted as an accomplice? Yep, guess you were in Zhengfa when the verdict came down. Samson... Oh, that means they can add 4 years, so they're good! Oh my god. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you, and not good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tangura wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, you know it. Yeah, we know, and that's what we've been trying to prove. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If you spent 3 years in Zhengfa and your accomplice Samson Tangura was on trial for 1 year, it means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all, you stupid bitch! Okay, now break. Hurry up. Goddess' judgment is infallible, but that of her servants, it appears, is not. I think the prosecutor in charge of the case may have erred. Unbelievable. We have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry. Now, how could... Ooh! 18 years. That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto. Not a moment too soon. Hurry up so I can get out of here and eat something, guys. Hurry up. But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance have been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything! Even my son! Shouldn't have done that. More's the pity, but you can't run from the law forever because the bills come due at last. Fucking bum-ass father. I like take Umibozu over him any day. At least Umibozu loved his wife. Oh! Holy! The Gojo... the Gojo Satoru death? Somebody needs to ban me from ever talking about JJK ever. Mr. Gusto's all set for his trip downtown, sir. Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so. Judes, I'm so sorry, everyone. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last. I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Bound. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that we made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return on behalf of the prosecution. Oh no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all, starting with those sculptures. Hey, Judes, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore, and there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender. Nah, I believe they hugged. I believe they hugged. Ah, I miss Gregory. Sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now. Of course. Don't you worry, Bound. Gumshoe will treat you right. He's a gentleman. I think. Judge Gavel, why did you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. I am under no obligation to answer such questions. She's hiding some sus. Clearly have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. I think the committee should just all fall off a cliff and die, frankly speaking. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. The transgressions she's talking about is just being annoying. How dare you be smarter than me? Literally, that's all she's talking about. Now, I must be on my way. How dare you try to do your job? He solved the case, but you know what? Eustace is probably gonna take credit, which I don't mind, you know? He needs the ego boost with his already big-ass head. What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything. Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Literally. Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never forget what we accomplished here today. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? Why did you stick your nose in this case anyways? You weren't even on the job. My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winter. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person. I don't get it. Okay. You did your best, Eustace. I wouldn't expect you to understand, not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner. That's going way over my head. He's not a bad guy. Listen, he just don't understand. I'm going home. I can't hate him. I can't. He's just... He don't know a single thing. He's growing. He'll get it, but he's doing his best. What was that all about? Eustace still has a lot to learn is all. Mousy wowsy! Yes! I just wanted to say old Greggy Pegleg would have been so proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. Oh my god! That and thanks for helping poor Sammy Poople. Of course. Hey, Edgy, looks like you cleared everything up. I forgot he was still here. Oh, how are you doing, Larry? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Oh my god. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Bro was standing in the corner doing jack shit. Though I'm loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that. Never tell him that. Quit it with the glaring, will ya? Whatever I did, I'm so sorry! Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you. This is just my face. You totally were. You were just like your pop. He was a terrible liar, too. He was? Listen, I'ma head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. Wanna come with? Yes, of course. Great, and I'm coming too. Oh my god! Please show us him getting released, please. He deserves it. So what's Mr. Tangaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him. Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike. Really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try? Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Oh, we did! They have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Dummy, what are you doing here? I heard you all come to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him. Hello, new friends. I'm Sanson Tang. Oh, I'm glad to see he's still doing fine, though. Oh, he's aged wonderfully. God. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday. It's very nice to meet you both. Miles here is Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. In the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything. Sure did. Now I'm here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth? It's gonna be a long story. Judy did all that for me. Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now. Oh, we need to give him the chocolates again, I bet. Oh no! Come now, Mr. Tanger. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? Oh my god, every time they do this at the end of a case, I'm always so emotional.
Take that!
You didn't have to do it so aggressively, Edgeworth. Those chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did. They're super delicious and sweet. Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home. Oh, Judy. Ah, I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway. What do you mean literally, this prison sucks, Edgeworth. They can get away with a few pieces of candy smuggled through. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Oh! Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. Kill me! Oh my god! You don't say. Seems like Faye likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson, just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry, or rather... Thank you, truly. I'm glad they let him keep his, like, really cool suit in prison. Samson, well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. Better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. Ah, the IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we inherited from my father. It's finally coming to a close. Not an ad right now. Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me. What are you guys talking about? You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I can see that. But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, I'm sure you will. Wait a minute, does that mean that even if you only do what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free? Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. Law is far from perfect. Because of things like legal contradictions, right? Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law's always evolving just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Milesarinos included, am I right? The potential for growth and change in people in the law, huh? So, Miles, are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Clearly, he has to be a prosecutor. It has to be someone holding down the fort over here. Seems like no other prosecutor is competent except for Edgeworth anyways. Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. Only one you can answer. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. At least he has a backup, you know, if he ever gets fired for being nosy. I mean, it was a lie anyway, so using a lie to refute it shouldn't be an issue. That's the thing! That's exactly what Phoenix Wright always does at, like, in a lot of cases. Like, he would use a lie to refute a lie, and it works because it bluffs, because he's bluffing. And, like, for them to make Edgeworth do it this time? Oh, man. This is so good. This is so good. On that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time and always repay my debts, but for now... Thanks again for today. I mean it. He seemed kinda in a hurry to get out of here to you. He did. Honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. I still think the water poster looks creepy. What do you mean? Isn't that the chainsaw guy? Isn't that Jason, whatever his name was? After all, he gave me the chance to recommend my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is a risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life. Whether I like it or not. Is this why you fucking faked your suicide later, Edgeworth? God damn it, I'm still pissed at him for doing that. Edgeworth and Co. Law. Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. Oh my God, I just look at that damn picture. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy, Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Stop. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Oh, here's hoping. No! Oh my God, they want to kill me! Holy, they want me dead. Aim right for my throat. Your boy will be joining me in that soon. Edward looks so unhappy to have his picture taken. What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? Episode 3 done. Oh man, oh what a case! What a roller coaster. God damn. God damn, that was good. Okay, well, I guess that's it for today. Oh man. Oh, we finally can move on to case 4 at least. Oh my God. That was intense. This is such a good case. It was so good. Ah, well, that was sure a wild journey. And we're still not done. We got at least 2 more cases left. We got case 4 and 5. Guess us. I'm gonna go eat something and mentally push Juan Karma down a flight of stairs. But yeah, we should all be doing that actually. Oh, that was so fun. Holy shit. Well, I can't wait for case 4, which I'll probably start tomorrow, right? I have nothing else planned. I get behind him while you push him. Ah. We'll jump in like they see. I do with my life now? And it's not even the end of the game. What do I do now? Oh man, it's that feeling. It's that empty feeling. Oh, Edgeworth. Oh man. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, we're not even done with the game. There's still more. There's still more chance for them to mention the DL6 incident. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna end this here today. I've got to do all my dailies because we gone over time today. And all my dailies reset in a couple of hours, so I have to go through them so fast. Anyways, that's it for today. Tomorrow we'll be back for more of this game. We'll start case 4 tomorrow, and then get your bookies prepared for the rest. Yeah, we'll start case 4 tomorrow, and yeah, as I said, I might have to take next weekend off, at least Friday off, to get my teeth looked at. But we'll see how that goes. I'll let everyone knows. And I could have worded that better. You could. But yeah, in any case, thank you all so much for joining me on stream today. Hope y'all had fun, because this was such a blast. So look forward to more of this game. And yeah, I will see you guys. I'll see you guys next time. Hope y'all have a wonderful night and a great rest of the weekend. Okay, remember to get some rest if you can. Drink water, all of that. And yeah, goodbye. Good night. Bye-bye.